Okay, look at this sea of red on the short-term charts. But zoom out, and the story is completely different, right? We're sitting below the day open and below the Asian low, which is bearish for the session. But the big boys are loaded up. I mean, the COT data shows speculators are massively net long. That's a 7-to-1 ratio. That tells me this pullback is retail, getting shaken out while the institutions are just buying the dip in a market that's still up over 6% for the week. We're just in a ranging, choppy mess between the London low and that 46.39 mark. We've got a sell running from 46.25 and the EA has already banked a good chunk today, and honestly, that disciplined, wait for the clear signal approach is exactly what separates us from the crowd getting chopped up. It's all about seeing the manipulation for what it is and not being the victim of it. If we hold above that 46.6 previous day low, I still lean bullish, but who knows? This is a market that can flip on a dime. By the way, a quick heads up if you're new here, this bot is a one-time lifetime license, no subscriptions, and you can grab all the details over at XAUUSD.julia.com. Let me know what you're seeing on your charts down in the chat. Oybek Krestomov. Hey there, great to see you again. Yeah, I'm watching this pop up to 46.28 right now, and it's catching my eye. The EA just had a break-even hit a moment ago, so we're sitting on 0 open trades while it scans the next move. This could be a quick squeeze from that sell-off earlier, but the market's choppy. ADX is weak at 17.9, so I wouldn't chase it. Let's see if it holds or fades before calling it a real breakout. Ooh, buys live at 46.24.962, right when the market's doing its sideways shuffle. Smart mode, better earn its keep here. 18 wins to 11 losses, pushing $9,600 in profit on the day? But let me tell you, the last couple hours have been a grind. We're officially in a range. The ADX is weak. Prices chopping between the 46.16 and 46.39 London zone, and the EA is catching the waves. This open buy at 46.25 is sitting in a bit of a dip right now, but honestly, it could go either way from here. We're below the Asian low here, which is bearish on the intraday, but the daily chart is still screaming a strong buy, so I don't want to overstay a short. We just watched the bot take a stop loss and then immediately turn around and hit a take profit on a new signal right in front of everyone. You saw the loss. You saw the recovery. Nothing is edited here. That raw, unfiltered reality is exactly why people trust the Julia scalper on their own accounts. The dollar is flat, yields are stable. We're just waiting for London to really pick a side. If we reclaim the day open at 46.55, that could get spicy. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Okay. Wow. You see this? Fear and greed is at 59, creeping up into greed territory, and gold is down 36 bucks on the day? That's a disconnect I love to watch. The dollar is barely moving, yields are flat, yet we're just bleeding lower from the day open. It feels like the market is testing us, seeing if we'll panic. But the weekly chart is screaming, strong buy, and the daily RSI at 69 is healthy, not overheated. This drop from 46.55 looks like a liquidity grab to me. We swept the Asian low, tagged into London's range, and now we're just hovering right around the 46.22 level. I honestly don't know if this is the floor or if there's more to go. The EA's sitting on a buy from 46.25, down a bit, but it's still early. My eyes are on that daily SMA 200 at 45.22. If that gets taken out, the whole picture changes. Where are you guys watching from today? Let me know. I'm glued to this. Stop's been hit, 48 pips, and that's exactly why we size small and keep stops tight. Clean loss, on to the next one. Okay, 47 pips gone, but that's exactly the kind of loss we signed up for before the trade even opened. Move on, clean slate. Whoa, sells live at 4619.660, and we are right in the middle of this choppy soup. Stops about 4.5 points up, target stepping down to 15, 12, and way down to 7. Smart mode's got its hands full here. Let's see if it can find the path. Sound does. I love the energy and thank you for asking. Looking at the live chart right now, we're already in a sell trade at 46.19 with 70 pips of profit in the bag. The EA opened that position because price was testing resistance and the daily RSI is still elevated at 69 while the hourly momentum is cooling. But watch out, the daily trend is still strongly bullish, the weekly is screaming, strong buy, and we're in a consolidating zone right now. So it could chop either way, no guarantees. Let's see how this candle closes, and if we get the next TP. Hey Golem Passion, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Yes, absolutely. You can run Julia Scalper on a MacBook. You just need to install either a Windows emulator like Wine or use a virtual machine like Parallels or Boot Camp. Once you have Windows running on your Mac, you install MetaTrader 4 as normal and attach the EA. A lot of our customers trade from Macs and it works perfectly. What setup are you looking at? Hey Golden Passion, great to hear from you again. You're absolutely right. On a MacBook, you would need something like Parallels to run Windows first, and then you can install MetaTrader 4 and the EA from there. Some traders also use Boot Camp if their Mac has an Intel chip, but Parallels is definitely a solid option. Okay, European session is running. Gold at 46.16, and the EA just had a solid morning, 18 wins out of 32 trades, and we're up over 5.5K. That sell we're still in, from 46.19, it's running 338 pips right now, and honestly, that's what happens when you wait for the consolidation to break. You saw those Asian lows get swept earlier? Textbook liquidity grab. The market's still choppy, ADX is barely 16, but the EA is picking its spots. Members watching that sell get triggered know the robot took it for them at XAUUSD, Julia.com, while others just watched. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level into London close, or does price come back for another test? Golden Passion, great to see you again. So you've already figured out the MacBook situation with Parallels, and now you're thinking about running it on 2 accounts. I love the ambition. Here's the deal. Each license is for one MetaTrader 4 account at a time, so you would need 2 separate licenses if you want to run the EAA on 2 different accounts simultaneously. Switching between accounts on one license works fine, but to have both running at the same time, you'd need a second key. If you're ready to set that up, just send me a message on Telegram and I'll get you sorted. Oh, 46 pips just hit the books. And the stop's now sitting right on break even. That's the whole trade, sealed. Nothing but upside from here. Phew, there it is. Stop straight up to break even. All risk gone. Now we just wait and see what smart mode can squeeze out of this. Alright guys, let's talk about what the big money is actually doing here. The latest COT data shows speculators are holding a massive net long position, 7-to-1 bullish. That tells me the institutions are expecting higher prices long term, but look at gold right now. We're trading below the Asian low, below the day open, and we just broke through the 46.25 level like it was nothing. So there's a disconnect. The big players are long, but the European session is pushing us down. That could just be a shakeout, or it could be the start of a deeper correction. Speaking of disconnects, our EA took a stop loss earlier today and then literally just hit a take profit minutes later. You saw it. That's the reality of trading, not some polished highlight reel. That's exactly why folks trust this robot enough to put it on their own accounts over at XAUUSD Okay, I'm watching this 46.15 pivot area like a hawk. If we close below London's low, we might see a run down toward the 4600 handle, but if buyers step in here, that COT positioning becomes a tailwind. We're sitting on our hands right now with that sell still running from 46.19, and that's a position too. Let's see how the next candle reacts, guys. Runner just slipped back and closed at break even, but that's fine, since take profit one's already in the bag. Whole trade, still green, no harm done. Okay, buys live at 4623.176, right as the market's spinning its wheels, stops 5.25 points below, target stepping up to 28, 31, and clear out to 37. Smart mode picked a fight with the chop. Let's see if it can find the edge. Alright, let's talk about what's happening. The Fed's basically locked in right now, rates are staying put, and you know what that means for gold. It keeps the bid underneath us, especially with the dollar showing some strength this morning at 99 flat. We're trading at 46.23, and the day open is up at 46.55, so we're below that, which is bearish intraday context. Asian low got swept, and we're testing it again. RSI on the hourly is sitting at 41, so we're not oversold, we're just tired. There's chop, but the weekly trend is still screaming BUY, and I think we're just waiting for London to make a decision. And hey, you guys saw it. The robot took a stop loss earlier, then literally an hour later hit a take profit on the same screen. No cuts, no edits, you watched both happen live. That's why people trust the Julia scalper, EA, on XAUUSD because they know the losses aren't hidden, the wins aren't fake. We just run it. What do you think? Do we break above this Asian range or get rejected again? Let me know where you're watching from. Welcome back, Siadazar. Great to see you tuning in. Right now we have an active buy trade running on gold at 46.23, and it's already up $26. It's a bit of a choppy market out there, so we're watching this one carefully. Nadim Parker. Hey there, so good to see you again. Man, you're right on time. We've got a buy trade open right now, live at 46.22. It's sitting in a bit of a drawdown, but you know what? I'm watching this level like a hawk. The market's been ranging, but the daily is still screaming bullish. What do you think? Are we holding for the rally, or do you see a shakeout coming? Nadim Parker, Aapka swagat hai yaar. Bahut din baad. Look, I know you're comfortable in Hindi and I appreciate the request, but on this stream, I keep everything in English so everyone watching can follow along. What I'd say is, this buy we've got running right now at 46.23 is looking solid. We're in a ranging market, but the EA caught that little dip beautifully. Are you watching this runner with me? It's testing. Take profit to territory right now. Let me know if there's anything specific you want me to break down for you in simple terms. You know, it's funny, the fear and greed index is at 59, creeping up into greed territory, up from 41 a month ago, and that honestly makes me a little nervous for gold here. We're sitting at 46.22 after a rough morning, down 40 bucks, well below the day open at 46.55, and we've actually swept below the Asian low. That's a bearish intraday signal, right? But here's the thing, the daily chart is still screaming buy, RSI at 69, and the weekly is strong buy. So we're trying to hold the week open at 46.24. Actually, my open buy is right here at 46.23, down 42 pips. Oof, not ideal. But we have the London low at 46.14 acting as support, and if we can reclaim the Asian low around 46.25, I think this chart could get interesting. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that 46.14 and snap back, or are we headed lower? Steve Hunt, good to see you again, mate. You called that 46.20 level perfectly before, and here we are again testing it. I'm watching this very closely because we've got a buy trade running from 46.23, so that support around 46.20 is keeping us alive for now. It's choppy pre-London, just like you said earlier, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little shakeout below it before the London boys show up and pump it. You've got your eye on the right area, Steve Hunt. I think we're about to see a big move. And I'm not just saying that because I'm bored watching this chop. Haha. Look, we're sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, and that London range is tight. 46, 46.39, so price is coiling. The RSI on the hourly is at 40.6, which is oversold for gold, but the daily's still hot at 68.8, so there's a tug of war. That BUY we're holding from 46.23 is hurting, but we're above yesterday's low at 46.06, and the dollar's actually firming up a bit, which is weird for gold. I'm watching to see if we reclaim the Asian low, because if we don't, sellers might run it down to that 46.00 handle. By the way, most gold EAs charge you a monthly fee forever. Julia's a single one-time payment with lifetime updates. Check the price at XAUUSD What do you guys think? Do we bounce or break? $50 pips. And that's the end of that one. Small bite, controlled, exactly the risk we planned for. $50 pips, right on the dot. That's the stop we set before we even hit the button, so it's just the cost of doing business. Clean slate, next one's coming. Okay, sells live at 46, 18.710, and this market's just shuffling sideways. No real conviction. Stops 4.5 points up, targets stepping down to 14, 11, and 6. Smart mode chose to jump into the chop. Let's see if it can find a groove. Morning, guys. Yeah, I'm still here staring at this. If you compare today to yesterday, it's like a totally different animal. Yesterday we had that explosive push-up to the 46.95 high, and now we're just drifting lower, sitting below the week open at 46.24. We've been range-bound all European session, and the ADX is telling us the same story. 1344, that's basically no direction. The EA currently has a sell running from 46.18, down about 59 pips, and honestly, I'm okay with it. We're holding above the London low at 46.14, but if that breaks, I think we could see a clean run to the previous day's low. What do you think? Are we just coiling for another leg down? Or is this the floor before the next push? Oh, buys in at 4622.490, right in the middle of this choppy mess. Stops 4.5 points below, target stepping up to 27.30, and the runner all the way out at 34. Smart mode's on guard. Let's see if it can tame this one. Hey Manuel, great question. There's no major news event hitting right now, which is part of why gold is shuffling sideways through the London session. We have a buy open at 4622.6, and it's just kind of hovering. The market's ranging, CHOP index is up above 50, so the EA is handling it well. Let's see if we get any volatility later in the New York session. That's when things usually wake up. All right, sells in at 46.17.249, right in the thick of the chop. Stops 5 points up, target stepping down to 12.8, and all the way to 3. Smart mode's taking its chances with this noise. Let's see if it can find a clean break. Morning, guys. Yeah, it's a weird one today, honestly. Look at the weekly picture though. Gold's up 6.5% just this week alone, 12 on the month, and you can feel it in the institutions. The specs are loaded long, 7-to-1 bulls to bears, and the Fed outlook keeps that bid underneath everything. So the macro bias is bullish, no question. But then you zoom into today, and it's just chop. Asian low got swept early, we traded down through 46.25, and since then it's been this grinding sideways mess between 46.14 and 39. ADX is barely double digits. Choppiness index at 54. The EA is getting chopped up, to be honest. 21 wins against 23 losses today, and we're sitting in a sell from 46.17, that's 18 pips underwater already. Now, if you just joined, quick thing. Everything you see on screen is the Julia Scalper EA. No human touching it, no manual overrides, just the robot trading a real gold account all by itself. Check it out at XAUUSD Julia.com if you're curious. I'll be honest, I don't love this trade right here. We're below day open, below Asian low, and we're sitting on London range support. Could grind lower, could snap back, who knows? I'm just watching how this candle closes relative to the previous one. That's price action. That's all we've got right now. Let's see what happens. $49 pips. That's the stop we set before the trade even existed. All part of the plan? Nothing more, nothing less. Back to the drawing board. Next one's on deck. Okay, right there. 49 pips gone, just like we set it up to be. Clean, controlled, nothing worse than we signed for. Back to the screen, next setup's loading. Okay, buys in at 46.22.573, right as this market just refuses to pick a direction. Stops just over 5 points below, target stepping up to 28, 31, and the runner way out at 37. Smart mode's taking the gamble in the chop. Let's see if it finds a clean break. Wait, hold on. Look at this divergence on the 5-minute chart. Gold broke below the Asian low at 46.25, swept down to 46.14, and now we're snapping right back above the day open area. Classic liquidity grab, my friends. The EA's sitting on a buy from 46.22 right now, and sure, we're down a few pips, but the structure underneath is holding. Dollar's a little stronger, yields are stable, but gold's been up 6.5% this week. You don't just flip that overnight. I'm watching to see if we reclaim the 46.25 level cleanly. If we do, that trap shorts from the morning flush could fuel the next leg up. Who knows though, this market's been a choppy mess all session, and with New York still asleep, I'm not forcing anything. We'll wait for the next zone to confirm. Oh, sells in at 46, 18.244, right as this market's just spinning its wheels. Stops 5.5 points above, target stepping down to 12, 8, and all the way down to 3. Smart mode to jumping into the chop. Let's see if it finds a clean break. Guys, look at this market. The fear and greed index is at 59 and climbing, so we're in that greedy zone, right? And that usually means gold has a bit of a ceiling here, because people are getting a little too comfortable. We're sitting at 46.18, which is below the Asian low and the day open, so the bears are in control on the short time frames, but the daily chart is screaming BUY, so we're in a tug of war. Now, you see, that open sell we have? It's losing a bit, but honestly, this choppy environment with the ADX at 12 makes it hard to trust any breakout. We're just waiting for a clean move, not this fake out noise. And hey, if you're tired of watching charts manually, this whole EA setup works on any MetaTrader 4 broker and installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check it out at XAUUSD.Julia.com. I'm not calling the bottom or the top, okay? Could go either way, but if we reclaim the 46.25 area, that shifts the bias back to the bulls. Until then, I'm sitting on my hands. What do you guys think? Do we sweep the Asian low again, or is this the floor? You know what's interesting right now? The COT report is screaming net long, 7.4 longs for every short, and the fear and greed index is sitting at 59, climbing into greed territory. That's the retail crowd getting comfortable, getting bullish, loading up. Meanwhile, the smart money? They're selling into this strength. We're $983 from the all-time high, and the daily RSI is still at 68, not even overbought yet. So who's right? Honestly, I don't know, but when the crowd gets greedy, I get cautious. We're trading below the Asian low, below the week open, and that open sell we have is dragging a bit at minus 90 pips. London is in the house. We just reclaimed the 46.14 level, so let's see if this is a fake out or the start of something bigger. What do you guys think? Are the institutions trapping the bulls here? Or is this dip the buy we've been waiting for? Okay, buys in at 46.21.464, right in the middle of this sideways grind. Stops just over 5 points below at 16.382, targets stepping up to 26.29, and the runner all the way at 35. Smart mode's giving this chop a shot. Let's see if it can find a real breakout. Oh, first target's gone. 44 pips straight into the account. Stops now at break-even, so this trade is officially risk-free. Let's see if it keeps rolling. Oh, stops now sitting at break-even, so no matter what happens from here, we walk away clean. Love seeing that risk-free status kick in. You guys, okay, the market is digesting some Fed commentary from overnight, and it's keeping gold in this weird state of limbo. We have rates basically locked where they are for now, so that underpins things. But US-Iran tensions are pushing Europe and Asia to fast-track renewables. That's classic. Safe haven buying alongside uncertainty about future demand. So we're just stuck in a choppy range. I mean, look at this hourly RSI. We're neutral. The ADX is low, everything is flat. The price action is telling me we're consolidating before the next big move. On the daily though, RSI is cooking at 69, and we're still above the SMA 200 at 45.22, so the bigger picture bias remains bullish despite this intraday bearishness below the Asian low. Oh, and I love what just happened. You saw that stop loss earlier, right? And then the EA immediately took a buy and we hit take profit. You watched BOT happen live, unedited, no cuts, no hiding. That's the whole reason people finally trust the Julia Scalper EA. Enough to put it on real money at XAUUSD I'm just watching this London range right now, okay? Between 46.14 and 46.39, if we can reclaim the day open at 46.55, that's the fuel for a run toward the weekly high. If not, we might just drift lower and trap some more shorts before the next reversal. I'm not calling it. Let's see. Okay guys, let's look at this chart. We're at 46.27, right in the middle of this London range chop. RSI on the daily is still cooking at 69, almost overbought but not quite, and the weekly is a strong buy, so the bigger trend is our friend. The ADX on the daily is showing a strong trend at 36.5, so we're not in a weak market. But right now, on the hourly, we're neutral. Price is just sitting inside the Asian range between 46.25 and 46.70. We haven't reclaimed the day open at 46.55, so the bulls don't have full control yet. Now, the fundamental side, this US-Iran war talk is pushing countries to renewables, right? That's a long-term shift that keeps the safe haven bid under gold. Dollar is flat, yields are stable, fear is still low, but the big boys are loaded up long on gold with a 7-to-1 ratio. That's serious conviction. We've got a buy running from 46.21, now up nearly 600 pips and risk-free. Let's see if we can grind toward that previous day high at 46.95. That's the magnet above. Could go either way honestly. This chop is exhausting, but the EA is doing its job. What do you guys think? Are we faking this range or building for a breakout? Oh, 80 pips. That's right where we wanted it. But the runner's still breathing, still going for that last target. Let's see if it closes the deal. Okay guys, let's talk about the big picture for a second. The Fed is basically locked in on their current path. No rate cuts on the table for now, and that's keeping the dollar relatively stable. That's actually putting a bit of a lid on gold's upside, but at the same time, the market is still holding up pretty well. Right now, we're sitting at 46.2574. We've actually broken below the Asian low, which is a bearish intraday signal, but we're still above the week open at 46.2420. That's a key battle zone. Technically, we're in a choppy mess on the lower time frames. The 1-hour RSI is at 44.0, so we're right in that indecision zone. The daily is still showing a buy signal though, with an RSI of 69.3 and the MACD above signal. But here's the thing, we just had a nice 80 pip winner on the EA's runner a few minutes ago, and that's exactly the kind of disciplined exit you want to see. Trade's now sitting at break-even on the other runner, so we're risk-free from here. To be honest, I could be wrong on the next move. It could go either way, which is why we just wait for the market to show its hand. And, for those of you just tuning in, this very robot you're watching trade right now, the Julia Scalper, EA, on XAUUSD, Julia.com, just executed that perfectly. It's the real deal. What do you guys think? Do we see a retest of the 4600 level today, or are the bulls going to step in and hold this? Let me know where you're watching from. Sound does. Welcome back, my friend. Good to see you again. You're absolutely right to flag PCE tonight. That's the biggest event on the calendar for gold this week. The market is already positioning ahead of it, and you can feel the squeeze right now. Here's my read. If PCE comes in softer than expected, the dollar will take a hit, and gold should rally hard from here. But if it's hotter, we could see a sharp pullback to test support near the 50 SMA. I'm watching the data with very tight eyes. The EA is already adjusting its stance. Are you sitting on any positions, or just watching the fireworks with me? Manuel Gonzalez, great to hear from you again, my friend. The PCE data drops at 8:03 a.m. Eastern Time, which is the usual time for those big US economic releases. I am watching gold right now at 46.27, and this data could really shake things up, depending on where it comes in versus expectations. We are in that choppy London session right now with an open buy running, so it is definitely one to watch with us. All right, 11 pips, exactly the number we were willing to lose. Trade's done, no damage, next one's already loading. Sells in at 46.15.304, right in the middle of this sideways mess. Stops just over 11 points above. First target at 64, second at 96, and the runner all the way down at 85. Smart mode's taking the risk on the chop. Let's see if it finds a clean break. Alright, let's talk about who's getting trapped right now. See? We've been sitting in this tight range all European session, and with price below the Asian low, The bias is clearly bearish. But look at that wick off the 46.14 area, that's the London low, and we just snapped right back. That tells me there's a lot of limit orders sitting there, absorbing the sell pressure. So the shorts who piled in below that level are probably feeling a little nervous right now, because if we can't break lower, we might just squeeze up and snatch their liquidity. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's the story I'm seeing in the volume. And you know what's funny? Earlier, the robot took a stop loss, you guys watched that live, and then just a few minutes later, it hit a clean take profit. You saw the whole thing, the loss and the recovery. Nothing edited, nothing hidden. That's exactly why people trust the Julia Scalper EA. On XAUUSD, Julia.com, enough to run it on their own accounts. 109 pips. That's exactly what we agreed to risk before we even hit the button. Clean exit, no surprise. On to the next one. Lautaro. Hey there, my friend. So good to see you again. How are you doing? Manuel, my friend. Great to see you again. Oh, you're asking about the PCE. Well, tonight's release is one of the big ones for gold, and the market is already pricing in a lot of movement. We don't have the number yet. It drops later in the New York session. But based on what I'm seeing right now, dollar firming up, yields creeping higher, traders are positioning for a potentially hotter print. If it comes in soft though, gold could rip right back toward those highs. Let's wait and see how the candle closes around that release. Poke Gaming. Always good to see you in the chat. You're reading the structure beautifully. That liquidity grab above the trend line is exactly what the smart money loves to do before pushing things higher. And look, we just watched that sell get stopped out, but honestly, in a ranging market like this, both sides are getting chopped up. The daily chart is still screaming bullish with a strong buy signal, so any dip to hunt liquidity could easily be a setup for the next move up. I'm watching the R1 pivot at 41.79 as our ceiling and the 50 SMA at 44.12 as support. If we hold above that, the buyers are in control. Great insights from you today, and with 94 of us watching, we're all learning together. index just ticked up to 99 flat. Yields are creeping higher too, and you can see gold responding. We're down 34 bucks on the day. That inverse correlation is alive and well. DXY pushes, gold pulls back. Simple as that. But here's what I'm watching on the charts. Price is sitting below the Asian low at 46.25, below the day open at 46.55, so intraday structure is bearish. Yet, the weekly RSI is still 69. MACD is bullish on the daily. The big picture hasn't cracked, yet. We're stuck in this range. ADX is dead at 11, so honestly, I think we're just waiting for New York to decide if we sweep the 46.6 low or reclaim the 46.39 London high. A lot of trap shorts either way could go either direction. What are you guys seeing on your end? Hey Srinavesh, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here all the way from Bangladesh. How's the market looking from your side of the world? We're in the London session right now. Gold is moving around 46.23, just sitting in this tight range. The EA is waiting for a clean entry. Stick around with us. Okay everyone, let's talk about this level right here, 46.14. We've been bouncing off the London low all morning, and I'm watching it like a hawk. Price tagged it, got rejected, then came back and is hovering. That's a pivot that has to hold if we want to see any upside today. If it breaks cleanly, I think we're looking at a retest of the day's low, maybe even the 46.6 area. But honestly, who knows? It could just be another fake out to trap those late sellers. My friends, the key isn't guessing, it's waiting for the robot to decide. That's the beauty of the EA. You don't need a single bit of experience. It picks entries, stops, and targets all by itself. On that note, if you want to see the full logic, head over to XAUUSD.julia.com. But right now, I'm literally sitting on my hands. Let's see how this candle closes. Okay, let's talk about what the big money is doing. The latest COT data shows speculators are holding a massive net long position in gold, over 220,000 contracts, and the long to short ratio is over 7 to 1. That tells me the institutions are still heavily committed to the upside, even after this recent pullback. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out on the screen right now. We've slipped below the Asian low and the week open. Price is sitting at 46.12, and the dollar and yields are both firm, which is putting pressure on gold. But here's the thing, we're still above the previous day's low at 46.6, and the daily RSI is still in bullish territory at 68. So I'm watching this zone between 46.6 and 46.14 very closely. If we hold, it's just a shakeout. If we break, things could get messy. Honestly, it could go either way from here. That's why we wait for the close. What do you guys think? Are we going to sweep that low or bounce from here? Okay guys, today's been a brutal one on the scoreboard. We're sitting at negative $21,888. 60 trades total, only 24 green. That sounds ugly, and it is, but you need to see the why. We've been getting chopped up in a market that has an ADX of 8, that's almost zero directional strength. The EA has been firing at levels and getting stopped, getting faked out, the whole 9 yards. And that's exactly why this stream is what it is. 24/7, raw. Every loss hits the screen right alongside the wins, nothing cherry-picked. You can see the whole replay on XAUUSD Right now, we're sitting at 46.10, which is basically glued to the London low. The dollar is firming up a bit, yields ticking higher. That's a double whammy for gold in the short term. We got the US session opening in a few minutes, and honestly, I don't have a strong directional bet here. Could go either way. What I am watching is if we can reclaim the day open at 46.55, that's the magnet above. If we can't, we're just drifting lower into the close. No trade right now, sitting on our hands. That's a position too, my friends. Let me know where you're watching from today. I'm right here, waiting for the next setup. Alright guys, let's talk about today. It's been a rough ride so far. We're down deep on the scorecard, but honestly, that's just the chop. We're sitting right here near 46.9, which is basically yesterday's low, and we already swept the Asian low this morning, then snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. Price can't seem to find its footing. It's like we're stuck in this glue zone between the London and New York ranges. The hourly RSI is leaning down, but the daily is still stubbornly bullish, so who knows? I think we're in a waiting game here. The EA hasn't fired again, and that's fine. Let the market decide. What's your read? Do we bounce from here or sink lower this New York session? Hey Dave Globetrotter, I hear you on that bounce hope. Gold is testing right around the 46.7 level. After a rough day, we've had a lot of chop and no clear direction yet. The ADX is weak, which tells me we could see a snap move either way once the London-New York overlap really kicks in. I'm watching this level closely, but I never call a bottom or a top. Let's see if price respects that pivot support area. So glad you're riding this live with me. Okay, you guys are seeing this, right? Gold is just stuck, trading at 46.14 to the pip. We're in the middle of a US session that feels more like a quiet Sunday afternoon. The market's been grinding sideways in this super tight range between the London low and the New York low all morning. And honestly, the ADX is so low it's barely registering. It's a washout. But here's the level I'm hammering on. That week open at 46.24. We've been trading below it since the Asian low got swept. As long as we can't reclaim that as support, the path of least resistance is to retest the NY low at 46.3. If we do snap back above it, then suddenly the bears are a bit trapped, right? The EA is sitting on its hands here, and that's the right move. In a chop fest like this, the best trade is no trade. And the beautiful thing about the robot is, when it does fire, it's already got a stop loss locked in and trails to break even after the first take profit. Risk is always handled first. You can see that discipline in action at XAUUSD Julia.com. So for now, we watch, we wait, and we let this market decide. It's that simple. Blah blah. Great to see you again, my friend. You're asking about ADX, the average directional index. It basically tells us how strong a trend is, not the direction. Above 25 means a strong trend is in play. Below 20 means the market is choppy or ranging. Right now, our EA is showing ADX at only 6.8, which is incredibly weak. That confirms what we're seeing on the screen. Gold is chopping sideways around 46.14 with no real momentum. That's exactly why we've had a rough day on the scoreboard. When ADX is this low, the EA really has to fight for every move. The good news is, when the ADX finally starts climbing back above 25, that's when the clean trend trades come in. We just have to wait for it. Does that help clarify things for you? Blah blah. Hey my friend, you are so welcome. It's always a pleasure having you in the stream, watching the price action with us. You sticking around to see if we get a clean setup here? Blah blah blah. Welcome back. Good to see you in the chat again. You know, with the market stuck right around VWAP and that POC we keep bouncing off of, I am watching this like a hawk. The EA just opened a buy at 46.18, but it's fighting hard. Are you seeing this chop? Or do you think we finally break higher here? Alright guys, you checked the fear gauge lately? Yeah, the fear and greed index is pushing 60, creeping into greed territory from fear just a month ago. That shift is the whole story for gold right now, honestly. We're in this daily uptrend. RSI is still bullish, MACD is strong, but intraday, we got absolutely wrecked from the day open at 46.55. We're trading below the Asian low, the week open, everything. My open buy from 46.18 is hanging in there, 324 pips up, but I'm watching this price action like a hawk. It's moving so slowly. What do you think? Are we gonna drift back to test that daily SMA 200 at 45.22? Or is this just the pullback before the next leg up? Choppy markets, man. Sitting on my hands. Alright, let's talk about this last hour, because it's been a grind. We finally caught a bit of a squeeze off that London low around 46.14, and the EA stepped in with a buy at 46.18. We're now sitting at 46.28, basically stuck in the middle of this little range between the 46.39 session high and that 46.3 area below. It's still a choppy mess. The ADX is barely 10, so there's no real conviction either way. The techs on the higher timeframes are still screaming bullish though. The 4-hour and daily are solidly green, and we've got the 50-week SMA sitting way down there at 45.22, acting as a massive floor. Weekly performance is up over 6%, so the big picture is intact. It's just this intraday action that's been a headache, chopping us up all day. We're down on the scorecard, but that's the game sometimes. You take the small losses to stay alive for the runner. The dollar is ticking up a touch, and yields are creeping higher too, which is pressuring gold a bit. But honestly, with the US-Iran situation keeping everyone on edge, any dip is getting bought. I'm watching that 46.38, 46.39 zone like a hawk. If we can close above that, we open the door for a run at the day, open at 46.55. If not, we might drift back to that 46.14 level again. Who knows? Honestly, in these conditions, you just let the EA do its thing. The open buy is running risk-free already, which is exactly where you want to be. And hey, traders in over 40 countries are running this same robot on their own accounts right now, watching these same levels. If you want to learn more, head over to XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys see? Are we breaking? Hey Mr. Shaverish, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. We've got a live buy trade running right now on gold at 46.18, up over 1100 pips and looking really strong. How's your day going? Oh wow, 126 pips, just like that? Stops at break even now, so it's all upside from here. Let's see if the next one hits. Oh, we just pulled the pin on the risk. Stop slid right up to break even, so from here, it's all free roll. Hi, so glad you're here watching the stream with us today. We've got a nice little crowd of 100 people right now. Perfect energy. Gold just dipped a bit to 46.28, but we've got an open buy running from 46.18, so I'm watching this closely. I see you in here. Love the energy. Welcome to the stream. We've got 97 traders watching gold with us right now, and it's been a wild session. We're sitting in a buy trade that opened at 46.18, and it's already running nicely, though today's been a choppy one for sure. Stick around, things are starting to heat up as London and New York overlap. Poke Gaming, welcome back, mate. Great to have you here again. You're absolutely right on the mark. That was a classic liquidity grab below the recent low, and we took the buy as soon as the market reclaimed above that structure. Gold is now trading cleanly above the trend line you mentioned, and that EMI support holding is exactly what the neural engine looks for to confirm the change of character into forced buying. This is textbook price action. Trapped sellers getting squeezed, and the momentum is with us. Let's see how this candle closes at the session high. Alright, I'll cut straight to it. We're sitting here, down almost 20 grand on the day, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. The EA got absolutely slapped around this morning. We had stops getting chewed up left and right, especially in that London session pop. Then, out of nowhere, we catch that buy at the 46.18 level, and it just ran 400 pips in the runner right now. Stop at break even, risk free. But look at this market. The daily RSI is cooking at 69, we're way above the 200 SMA, and gold is still up 6.5% for the week. But the dollar is creeping higher, yields are pushing up, and we just blew through the Asian low. I mean, it's a total chop fest. ADX is barely double digits, so we're just waiting for something to give. You guys saw us take the hit and then watch that recovery happen live, right? That's the whole point of this stream. Nothing's edited, nothing's hidden. That raw honesty is why people trust the Julia Scalper EA enough to let it trade their own accounts on XAUUSD. Julia.com. Okay. I want to see if we can hold this 46.22 zone into the New York close. If we don't reclaim the day open above 46.55, I think we're looking at a retest of that 46.3 level from the NY low. But who knows? This market could go either way. Let's see how the next candle closes. Blah blah blah, good to see you again. Yeah, you're absolutely right to call that out. The EA was running with range trade mode ON today, and in this choppy ranging market, that made it more aggressive than it needed to be. When you flip range trade to OFF, it skips these noisy sideways conditions and only takes the cleaner trend moves, much safer, fewer trades. I think if we had that setting dialed in, today wouldn't have been such a grind. What do you think? Blah 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 blah. Good to see you again. You're right on the money. We are sitting right on that pivot anchored POC, and gold is dancing around it nervously. I'm watching the VWAP reclaim from earlier, and if we hold here, the market might take a squeeze from those trap shorts from the last sell-off. What's your read on the next candle? Are you leaning long or waiting for a clean break above? You know what's interesting right now? We're sitting basically right inside the Bollinger, near the upper band on the daily, but the volatility is only 1.6%, so we're not stretched to the point of snapping yet. The ADX, on the higher time frame, is showing a strong trend, but on the hourly, we're only at 11.8, which just tells me we're in a tight range inside a bigger move. And that drop we saw today? Price is below the Asian low, below the day open, and the dollar is creeping back up. So the sentiment is shifting a little bit, but the weekly is still screaming strong. Buy? It's a tug of war right now. We've got that buy running from 46.18, and the EA just did a solid job getting us to break even. So we can sit back and see if this range expands, or if we get another fake out before London kicks off. Tell me where you're watching from today. Chat's a little quiet, and I want to hear what you're seeing. Okay, and the runner just tapped out at break-even. No damage there. The first target's already in the bank though, so this trade is still solidly green. Nice little earner. Alright, you know what's interesting right now? We're sitting here at 46.18 and the price is literally trapped below the Asian low and the day open. So the shorts who got in at the open are winning, right? But look at the buyers. They stepped in hard at the London low around 46.14 and defended it. That's 2 rejections off that zone. If we can't break below 46.14, that's a lot of trap shorts getting squeezed out, and the EA just showed us exactly how this game works. We took a stop loss earlier, then hit a take profit live, and you watched both. No edits, no hiding. That's why people trust the Julia Scalper, EA, on XAUUSD enough to run it on their own accounts. Honestly, I'm not sure if we break higher or lower here. It's a total chop zone with the ADX at 10.8, but the dollar is firm and yields are up, so longs are going to have a fight on their hands. Let's see if the 46.3 NY low gets swept, or if we finally reclaim the day open. Hey HBS Signal. Oh, I see that in the chat. Always nice to see you back, my friend. Listen, I gotta be straight with you on that one. You're watching a live, automated trading system right here on the stream. Every trade you see is real, live, and running on my EA. No free signal DMs needed, because you can literally watch every entry and exit happen in real time on this screen. So grab a seat and see for yourself how the Julia Scalper handles the gold market. Masood Ahmed, you're back. Great to see you again. You know, right now the EA is actually scanning for a signal this very moment. No trade open yet. The market is looking a bit choppy, so the EA is being patient and waiting for the right setup. The moment there's a confirmed entry, you'll see it appear right on the stream in real time. Hang tight with me. We're watching this like a hawk. Maviamahar, great to hear from you again. And wow, that's a sharp question. You're connecting the dots between crude oil inventory and gold, which most people miss. Look, oil inventory data can move gold, but it's indirect. When crude inventories drop, oil prices tend to rally, which can fuel inflation fears, and that's generally bullish for gold as a hedge. Right now, oil is down a bit, sitting around $81 and change, so the inflation scare from that side is pretty quiet. The bigger story for gold today is still the dollar and the yields. The dollar index is pushing up, and yields are rising, which is putting pressure on gold here at 46.18. So honestly, the oil print is more of a second-order effect today. Let's see how the market digests it. Oof. Sells triggered at 46.17.338, right in the thick of this chop. Stops 9 points out, targets stepping down to 60.10, 62, and the runner all the way at 93. Smart mode's letting it ride, so we just sit tight and see if this range finally breaks. okay? You know what's interesting about this gold price right now? The Fed is basically locked in on their rate path, and that rhetoric is keeping the dollar bid, which is why we're seeing this pullback from the weekly highs. I mean, yields are climbing too, and that's a direct headwind. But the technical setup is a bit of a mess. We're in a total range. The ADX is basically flat at 9, so the market is choppy and indecisive. My sell from 46.17 is still running, and we just swept below the Asian low, which is a bearish signal if we can hold it here. But with the daily still screaming strong buy, I honestly don't know which way this breaks. You've got to respect the larger time frame. And look, you guys saw us take a hard stop loss earlier today, and then just a few hours later, we hit a beautiful take profit live on stream. That's the reality of this robot. You watch the loss and the recovery in real time, nothing hidden. That unfiltered transparency is exactly why people trust the Julia Scalper, EA, enough to let it run on their own accounts at XAUUSD Julia.com. Hey Nadimidrani, welcome. So glad you're here with us. We've got an active sell trade running on gold right now. Price is around 46.13 and it's moving nicely in our favor. London and New York are both open, so the volume is great. Are you trading gold yourself or just checking things out today? Alright, I'm sitting here watching this sell runner at 46.17 and we're down over 400 pips on it. That feels good, right? But I'll be honest, the daily RSI at 68 and that MACD still way above the signal line tells me there's still some firepower on the buy side. I'm watching 46.3. That's the New York session low. And if we lose that, things could get spicy to the downside. If we bounce here though, the weekly pivot at 46.24 is our magnet above. I don't have a clear read yet. This chop on the ADDX at 8 is messing with my head. What do you guys think? Break it or fake it? There we go. 90 pips locked in, and the stop's now at break even. Trade's insured, runner's still alive. Oh, stop. Just slid up to break even. Trade's insured, no risk left. Hi Markandia Vemula, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. Gold is looking really interesting right now. We've got a sell trade running that's already up over 1,000 pips, and the stop is at break even, so there's no risk left on this one. I'm just watching how it plays out as London and New York overlap. What drew you to the gold market today? Wait, look at this divergence on the 15-minute chart. Gold is printing lower lows, but the RSI is putting in a higher low. That's a classic bullish divergence hiding in this sell-off. And we're sitting right at the Asian low that got swept, so there's definitely liquidity sitting below that we already took out. My open sell from 46.17 is running over 960 pips in profit right now, and the EA just locked the stop to break even earlier, so worst case, we walk away flat. But honestly, I'm watching that 4600 handle like a hawk. If we hold here and the dollar starts to roll over, we could see a snap back toward the 4650s. You know what I love about this stream? We took a stop loss earlier, and then the robot just hit a take profit live. You watched both happen right here, no edits, no hiding. That transparency is exactly why people trust the Julia Scalper, EA, enough to run it on their own accounts, over at XAUUSD, Julia.com. Oh, 151 pips already banked, and the runner's still live? Let's see if this one really stretches. Oh, 242 pips on the full sweep. That's a clean, perfect round. Right, let's talk about this market. We're sitting here in the US session, gold is consolidating hard, and honestly, the fear is creeping in a bit. The fear and greed index dropped to 56, still in greed territory but falling. That tells me sentiment is shifting, and when the crowd gets nervous like that, gold usually finds a reason to move. Technically, we're below the Asian low and the day open, right? The dollar is stronger, yields are up, so gold is getting squeezed from both sides. But look at the weekly chart. We're still up 5.8% for the week. The big trend is still bullish. I'm just watching how this chop resolves. I could be wrong, but I think we need to reclaim that 46.4 level before the bulls have any say. Oh, and you saw it live. The robot took a stop loss earlier, then just hit a full 242 pip runner on the sell side. You watched the loss and the recovery right here, because nothing on this stream is edited or hidden. That's exactly why people trust the Julia Scalper EA enough to run it on their own accounts. Hey Barry Z Collection. Great question. Right now, the EA is scanning the market, waiting for the perfect setup. We just closed out that beautiful triple target sell earlier, 242 pips on the full sweep. The market is consolidating at the moment. Price is moving sideways around the 45.88 area, so we need to see a clean breakout or a solid rejection off a key level before the next entry fires. I'm watching that pivot resistance at 41.79 on the daily and the 50 SMA for clues. The EA is patient, it'll only jump in when the conditions align, so hang tight with us. You know what's wild? We are sitting below the Asian low and the week open, and gold is still up over 5% on the week. That tells me the sellers are pushing hard right now, but they're pushing against a wall of dip buyers who have been relentless. I mean, look at that daily MACD still cranking above the signal line. The EA just banked a 242 pip full sweep on that sell, and now it's flat, sitting on its hands. And honestly, I respect that. We're in a consolidation mess right here under the 4600 handle, and the hourly RSI is sagging near 34, so momentum is weak. But could we snap back up to that 46.24 week open and trap the fresh shorts? Absolutely. That's the million-dollar question. What do you guys think? Do we fade this bounce, or are we just building a spring for a bigger dump? I could be wrong either way, but that's what the stops are for. Hey Nintaflexa, welcome, so glad you joined us. Gold's in a little chop right now, consolidating in the US session, but the EA just swept a clean 242 pips on the runner not long ago. Exciting to have you watching live. Let's see what the next move brings. Very easy collection. Great timing. Right now we're sitting in a consolidation. The EA is scanning for the next clean break. The hourly and 15-minute are still showing sell pressure, but the daily is bullish, so we're really watching how price closes around that 45.90 handle. If we get a fake out below the Asian low and a quick reclaim, that's the kind of liquidity grab I love. No trade open at this exact moment, but the engine is locked in for the next entry. Good evening, Manashanda. Always a pleasure to see you back in the chat. How are things on your end today, my friend? I see you're still glued to the gold charts just like I am. Manashanda. Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that. $800 is a tough hit, and I really feel for you. Let me break down what happened today, because honestly, that move was brutal if you were caught long. What we saw at that time was a perfect storm of bearish pressure hitting gold. The dollar index, DXY shot up over 0.28% right as the US session opened, and the 10-year yield jumped over 0.6%. That combination is like kryptonite for gold. Precious metals hate a rising dollar and climbing yields at the same time, and that's exactly what hit the market. On the technical side, gold had been running extremely hard this week, up over 5%, and the 1-hour RSI was sitting at 34%, which shows the momentum had already flipped bearish at those key levels. The ADX was also showing a strong downtrend developing. The EA actually caught some good sell trades earlier in the session too, banking 242 pips on a runner. But here's the thing, Manashanda, in this market, these rapid drops happen when stops get triggered and liquidity gets swept. It's not just you. A lot of traders got caught. The key is accepting that no system avoids losses. It's about how the overall strategy manages risk. The best thing you can do is stick to your risk management and let the next opportunity come. We've been through these days before and bounced back. Hey guys, okay, look at the Bollinger Bands on the daily. Price is riding right near the upper band at 47.43, and you can feel the tension. The volatility today is around 2%. And while that's nothing insane for gold, the fact that we've dropped over $60 from the open and still haven't reclaimed the Asian low tells me the smart money is testing the weak hands. I mean, the 1-hour RSI is down at 35.8, which is oversold, but the daily RSI is still at 66.6, so there's a clear disconnect. The dollar is firming up, yields are rising, and gold is taking the hit. Who knows where we settle, honestly? That's why I love that the robot just locks in break-even on runners and lets the market decide. This is a one-time lifetime license, free updates forever, no subscription nonsense, over at XAUUSD, Julia.com. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for another drop? Or is this the zone where buyers step back in? Chat's quiet today. Let me hear your takes. Manashanda, you're very welcome, my friend, and thank you for being so engaged. I love that you're always checking in with these sharp questions. And hey, I remember you mentioning that tough loss at 6 p.m. IST. Days like that happen in trading, for sure. But gold is a beautiful market. It always gives us another opportunity. You're still here watching and learning, and that's what matters most. So how's the market looking from your end right now? I'm seeing some nice structure forming here. Evil. Great timing, my friend. Right now, there is no open trade. The EA just wrapped up a fantastic runner earlier. We hit take profit 3 for a full 242 pips on that sell. So the system is sitting quiet, scanning for the next clean setup. The market is ranging at the moment with the choppiness index at 43.6, so the EA is being selective. I'm watching this consolidate around the 4600 level. If it breaks decisively, we could see another entry very soon. Crypto beats 10x. Great question. I'm watching the EA scan real-time on my screen right now, with the market in a ranging condition and that ADX at 17. It's a bit choppy out there. The EA is being patient, waiting for a clean setup with proper confirmation before pulling the trigger. There's no trade open yet, so stick around. I'll call it out the second I see that green or red signal light up. Hey guys, rough day in the office so far. We're sitting at negative 6100 on the profit and loss. 37 losses against 30 wins. The chop just chewed us up in that tight range earlier. I mean, look at the ADX sitting at 16.7. That's textbook low momentum, no drive in either direction, and the EA kept getting triggered into fake moves. It happens. Right now though, something's shifting. We blasted through the Asian low and London range, and gold is trying to hold around 45.98, 20 points above the NY low. The dollar is firm, yields are creeping up. That's headwinds for sure. But I'm watching this price action closely. If we can hold above 45.84 and reclaim the day open at 46.56, that tells me the sellers are exhausted. Could go either way, honestly. Let's see how the rest of this US session plays out. What do you guys think? Do we bounce from here or test deeper? Evil. Always good to see you in the chat, my friend. So you want the next trade, huh? Right now, the EA is sitting tight, no open position, it's scanning. We're in a pretty choppy ranging market with the ADX down at 16, so the EA is being patient. It's waiting for a clean breakout or a proper retest of a key level before it pulls the trigger. I'll shout it out the second that entry prints. Hey Nyanson, welcome. So glad you're here with us today. We're watching gold trade right now. It's been a choppy session, but we just had a nice runner on the sell earlier. Are you a gold trader or just checking things out? Gotta get it. Hey there, welcome back. Great to see you again. So we're in a bit of a rough patch today. Gold is choppy, we're down on the profit and loss, but the EA is still scanning. What brings you in today? Yadagare, my friend. It is so good to hear from you again. Of course, I am here to help. What is going on? Are you looking at this gold price action right now? Or do you have a question about the EA, the settings, or something else? Just tell me what you need, and we will figure it out together. Hey Kabbalah, good to see you again. Love having you in the stream. So today's been a bit of a tough one, honestly. We're running at around negative 60 on the P&L right now, but that's just the nature of this market today. We've had 67 trades, about 30 wins and 37 losses. The market is really choppy and ranging, which makes it tricky. But you already know this game. You've been watching long enough to know we bounce back. We've got a nice buy trade open right now at 46.3, already up over 300 pips, so we're clawing our way back. How's your trading going today? Steve Hunt, you called it earlier. I was watching that dip down to the 46.20 area, and sure enough, here comes the bounce. The buy trade we have open at 46.03 is looking really good right now with price pushing up. Let's see if London can carry this momentum through the session. Kabbalah, it's so good to see you back in the stream. I really appreciate you reaching out, but I have to be clear, I'm a trader, not a financial advisor. I can't offer personal financial help or advice. What I can do is show you exactly what the EA is doing right now. We have a buy trade open at 46.3, up over $300 in profit, and the market is still in the London session. You can watch every trade play out live, no secrets. Stick around and see the system in action. That's the best help I can give you. Hi Bhushan, great question. The EA is not a script you can copy-paste. It's a fully built automated trading system with a neural engine, smart mode, and a ton of proprietary logic. It comes as a ready-to-use expert advisor for MetaTrader 4. Everything you see on screen is from that EA, real trades on a live account. You can grab your own copy from the website or DM me on Telegram for the link. Alright guys, 15,054 GMT. New York session is wide awake and, it's been a grind. We're sitting at 4600.09 on gold, a full $50 off the day's high. Look at where we are, below the Asian low, below the week open. Retail's probably loading up breakouts in both directions, getting chopped up. But check this out. The COT data? Speculators are net long 222,000 contracts, a 7-to-1 ratio. The crowd is screaming bullish, but price is getting smacked today. That tells me smart money is using that news as liquidity to sell into. They're not buying the hype, they're selling the rallies. We're up 6% on the week, but today, we just swept the previous day's low and are fighting to stay above 4600. And right now, the robot just caught that sell earlier, closed out a 242 pip runner, and that is exactly what this EA does. It waits for these liquidity grabs and takes the other side. That's the Julia Scalper EA. On XAUUSD, Julia.com, you're watching it work real time on this very stream. No forcing, just letting the market show its hand. Welp, that's the stop. Minus 87 pips. Risk was known, cost of business, on to the next one. Oof, 82 pips gone, stop, did its job. That's just the cost of staying in the game, no drama. G. Tilayeva. Oh, I hear you, I know. Stops are tough to watch when they hit. That just happened to us a moment ago actually. 82 pips, right at 16 ounce GMT. But honestly, that stop was already set before the trade even went live. It's just the cost of staying in the game. One loss doesn't change the bigger picture, and the EA is already back in watching for the next setup. Stick with me, and you'll see how quickly things can turn around. Guys, today's been a tough one, minus $12,897 on the day with 30 wins against 40 losses. That's a grind, right? We're sitting in a range, ADX at 13.3, choppiness index just 45.1. And honestly, the market's just not giving us clue direction. We've got this sell open from 45.92.80, currently down almost 400 pips. That one's hurting a bit, but look, the dollar strengthening yields are creeping up and gold's still below the Asian low, so the bias is bearish intraday. But I could be wrong here. Let's see if we reclaim 46.7 or if sellers step back in. What do you guys think? Are we getting that fake out lower, or is the chop just going to continue into the close? 83 pips. That's the stop. Clean exit, known risk. Move along. Alright, 87. That's the number. That's the risk we signed up for. And it hit. No surprises. Just the cost of doing business. Alright guys, we're sitting here at 45.98 on gold, and look, we just broke below the Asian low, reclaimed it for a second, and now we're slipping back under again. That's not a good sign for the bulls, honestly. I'm watching this 45.84 NY low right now. If that goes, this whole range could start leaking lower. The dollar is firming up over 99, yields creeping higher, and gold just doesn't have the spark to push through it today. We're in a choppy mess. ADX, barely double digits, so I'm not forcing anything. No open trades right now, just watching how this candle closes relative to that NY low. If you saw that sell we grabbed earlier, the one that ran straight into profit, that was a clean one. Members had their robots running it live while you watched it happen. Same trade, same entry, just automated on their accounts. You can set that up too at XAUUSD.Julia.com. For now though, I'm sitting on my hands. Patience pays and chop like this. Adam Smith. Good to see you again, my friend. Yeah, I'm on the sell side here too, but with the bigger picture being what it is, this is a scalp, not a swing. We're chopping around in some pretty rough conditions, so we're just taking the quick profits where the EA sees them. How are you finding the market this session? Evil. Good to see you, my friend. Alright, so right now gold is sitting at 45.98, and we just came off a rough stretch of stops today. The EA took some hits in that choppy Asian session. But look, the ADX is at 83, which is basically non-existent, and the CHOP index is at 50.9. The market is completely ranging right now. That means the EA is waiting for a clean breakout or a liquidity grab before it pulls the trigger. I wouldn't force a trade here because the risk of a fake out is high. Best thing you can do is let the neural engine scan. It will only fire when it sees a real signal with structure. Trust the system. Evil. The next entry will come when the setup is clean. Oof, today is a bloodbath, my friends. We're down almost 20 grand on the session. And honestly, the EA is just getting chewed up in this range. We've had 30 wins, 43 losses, and every time we try to get a runner, the market slaps us right back. We're sitting at 45.96, which is below the Asian low, below the day open, and well below the week open. Bears are absolutely in control on the lower time frames. But here's the thing, the daily RSI is still at 66, and the weekly trend is up. So we're in this weird tug of war where the intraday chop is killing us, but the bigger picture hasn't flipped yet. I mean, look at that wick off the pivot levels earlier. We got trapped on BOT sides. What do you guys think? Is this just consolidation before a leg lower? Or are we gonna see a snap back into the 4600 zone? Let me know where you're watching from. Hi Muhammad Musaddiq, so great to see you again. I'm glad you're here watching with us today. Gold is getting absolutely crushed this session, down $62, sitting at 45.96. We're in a ranging mess right now with the ADX, barely registering at 8, so the EA is just waiting for a clean signal to show up. Cavalier, I hear you. Yeah, today has been rough. We just took another stop loss. But here's the thing. You and I both know this game well enough to understand that days like this happen. The EA is still scanning. The market is choppy right now with the ADX showing only 7.7, so it's a tough environment. We stick to the plan, keep managing risk, and wait for the cleaner setups to come back. David saying, "My brother from Kenya, great to see you back in the chat." And you are absolutely right. The bear is out in full force today. We're sitting at 45.96, down over 60 bucks, and the dollar plus those rising yields are just piling on the pressure. Honestly, this is the classic chop and drop we warned about. The EA is sitting out because it's just a ranging, dangerous market right now. But listen, gold is still up over 5% on the week, and the bigger timeframes are still looking bullish overall. This is a tough session, but these are the days you respect the risk and let the system be patient. Okay guys, we're looking at gold at 45.94 right now, and the daily chart is screaming bullish, RSI at 66, a clean trend, but the hourly? That thing is a sell, RSI down at 35. So we're trapped in a tug-of-war between timeframes. And with ADX on the daily showing a strong trend at 36, the bigger picture is clear. We're in a pullback within a macro uptrend. The fundamentals are backing that too. Dollar is firm at 99.46. Yields are climbing to 4.668%, which is why we've lost 65 today. But the COT data from last week shows speculators are incredibly long, 7.4x long to short ratio. That tells me the big money still sees value up here. This might just be a shakeout before New York decides. And look, we broke below the Asian low at 46.25, and that's bearish intraday. But we're sitting just above the NY session low. That 45.84 level is the last stand for buyers right now. If we lose that, the next zone is a vacuum down to the daily pivot around 40.69, which is a massive gap. But if buyers defend that 45.84 and we reclaim 46.14, we could see a snap back. Honestly, it could go either way here. That's why the EA isn't forcing anything, and neither am I. Most gold EAs will charge you a monthly fee to rent their strategy, but Julia is a single one-time payment with lifetime updates. Check the price at XAUUSD, julia.com. No profit promises, just the EA that lives in this market with me. The room is quiet today. Anyone watching from New York? Hit me up, let me know what you're seeing. I'm all eyes on this 45.84 level. Hey Kavala, good to see you again. I hear you. Watching those losses stack up today? Stings. I get it. But look, this is the reality of a live scalping system in a choppy, ranging market. That chop index is up at 50 and ADX is weak, so it's grinding both ways. The daily chart is still screaming bullish. We're only $1,000 from the all-time high, so the bigger trend is our friend. We take the small hits to stay in the game for the big runner. That's the whole design. How are the markets treating you today, my friend? Oybeck, my friend, you're absolutely right. Today has been a tough one. We're down on the session, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The market is in a choppy, ranging condition, and the EA is getting clipped on a few false moves. That's just the reality of trading gold some days. But here's the thing. You know this game. You've been scalping these levels yourself all day. You saw that nice runner we had earlier on the sell? The one that hit take profit 3 for 222 pips? That's the system working. Some days the chop eats us, and some days we ride the trend. The key is, we survive the bad days to be there for the good ones. Hey Nadeem, great question. So right now I'm watching gold sitting at 45.90, and on the higher time frames, the daily and weekly are still very bullish overall. But in this moment, we're in a choppy ranging market with the EA sitting on the sidelines. As for selling down to 45.80, I can't tell you what to do with your own money. What I can say is that we just had some choppy price action with quick stops hitting both directions. The ADX is low at 12.6, which tell me there's no strong directional conviction right now. If you're looking at that level, just be mindful of the nearby supports and make sure your risk is tight. Let's see what this next candle does. Okay guys, let me zoom out for a sec. If you look at the weekly chart, gold has been ripping higher for weeks, up 5.7% this week alone. The COT data shows the big boys are still massively net long, like 7-to-1 bullish positioning, so the institutional side is screaming higher. But zoom into today, and it's a whole different story. We're trading at 45.88 right now, which is below the Asian low, below the day open, and we just got completely rejected off the New York high at 46.32. The EA has been getting chopped up, down nearly 20K on the day, which stings, but look, we're in a low volatility range with ADX at 13. Honestly, I think we're just waiting for a catalyst to break out of this consolidation. The dollar is firming up and yields are rising. So gold has its work cut out to reclaim the 4600 handle. What do you guys think? Are we basing for a move up, or is this the start of a deeper pullback? Let's see how this candle closes. Jason Newton, hey, you're not wrong at all. Today is genuinely punishing. And I love that you mentioned your mentor because he's absolutely right about summer. But let me tell you what's really happening right now. Gold is sitting at 45.89, We've got the dollar strengthening and yield climbing, and the market is just ranging with no clear direction. The EA has taken a lot of small losses today, but that's all part of the game. It's a numbers game, and these choppy conditions are exactly why we have the smart mode. You're doing the right thing by staying engaged and talking to your mentor, Jason. This market will turn. It always does. Oybek Rustamov. Great to see you back in the stream. Right now there's no open trade. The EA is scanning the market, waiting for the right conditions. With gold sitting at 45.91 and the market ranging with a weak ADX, it's being patient and selective today. You know the drill, my friend. I'd rather wait for a clean setup than force a trade in this chop. Hey Chunki, great to see you again, glad you're here. So looking at this, I don't think we can call a bottom just yet. We've got the dollar firming up at 99.17 and yields climbing, which is keeping the pressure on gold. The EA just had a rough run of stops, and the market is choppy with ADX at only 12.2. I'd want to see a clean rejection off a key level like that 45.60 area, or the S1 pivot at 39.36, before I'd feel confident calling it the low. Let's let price action tell us. Okay, DXY at 99.18, yields climbing to 4.668%. That's a 1-2 punch for gold right now. Strong dollar plus rising yields? That's textbook bearish pressure, and we're feeling it. Price is at 45.90, and we've actually blown through the Asian low, the London low. We're testing the New York range floor. So the macro headwind is real, and the charts are confirming it. Hourly RSI is weak. Momentum is to the downside. But here's the thing, right? We're sitting on this 45.90 level, and I'm watching to see if we get a reaction or if we just bleed through. If you just joined, everything you're seeing on screen is the Julia Scalper EA, a robot trading, a real account by itself, no human touching it. You can check out the stats at XAUUSDjulia.com. So, do we bounce here, or is this the next leg lower? Let's see how this candle closes. Right guys, let's talk about the one thing that changed between this week and last, the dollar and yields. Last week, all we heard was dollar weakness and gold was just ripping to fresh highs. But look at today. DXY is holding firm above 99 and the 10-year yield is creeping back up to 4.664%. That's a completely different vibe, right? It's like the tide turned down 65 bucks on the session. Now, here's the thing. We're range-bound. ADX at 10.3, choppiness index at 49.0. That's textbook consolidation. And look at the price. We're sitting below the Asian low at 46.25, below the day open, below the week open. That's not a great look for bulls. But the daily chart? Still bullish. RSI at 66, MACD above signal. So we've got a conflict. The intraday structure is bearish, but the big picture says buy the dip. Honestly, I don't have a crystal ball here. We could sweep lower to the 45.84 NY low and then reverse, or just bleed into the close. The EA had a rough day, 30 wins, 43 losses, and we're down almost 20 grand. But you know what? That's the cost of doing business when liquidity is this tight. We had some nice wins earlier that sell from 14,000 banked 242 pips on the third target. But then the stops got hammered in the afternoon. It happens. No open trades right now, so we sit on our hands and wait for the next real setup. Let me know what you guys are watching. I'm seeing consolidation around the 45.90 area, and if we hold here, that's a potential springboard higher. Alright, buy just went live at 45.95.298. Smart mode's eyeing the chop. Stops 6 points out, target stepping to 6, 10, and the runner at 16. Let's see how it plays. Alright guys, let's talk about what's really happening here. Because the price action tells one story, but the data tells another. We're sitting at 45.9467, and we've been in this tight range all New York session with ADX. At 8.4, that's a sleepy market. But look at the COT data. Speculators are net long 2,000 gold contracts with a 7.4 to 1 long to short ratio. That's extreme. That's retail crowding into the same side of the boat, and the big boys. They're probably waiting to shake 'em out. We've got a buy open from 45.9569, down 11 pips, and honestly, this feels like a trap. The dollar is firming up, yields are climbing, and sentiment is neutral but slipping. The EA is hanging in there, but I'm not comfortable until we reclaim the Asian low at 46.25. If you're watching this and wondering how the setup works, everything runs on MetaTrader 4, installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check XAUUSD. Julia.com for details. No promises, but the logic is sound. What do you guys think? Are we about to get swept lower? Or is this the calm before the breakout? Okay, let me paint this big picture for you guys first, because if you're just looking at today's red, you're missing the forest for the trees. Gold is up nearly 6% this week, 12% for the month. The weekly and daily charts are screaming bullish. The COT data shows the specs are loaded up long at a 7-to-1 ratio. The big money is in, no question about it. But we've hit a wall today, and it's a dollar story. DXY bounced to 99.18. Yields are pushing higher at 4.66%. That's a 1-2 punch that's knocking gold back from that all-time high zone. We're paying the price for that strength, right? Zooming into today, we're in a total chop fest. We've been trading below the Asian low of 46.25 all session, broke through the London low, and right now, we're testing the New York range bottom near 45.84. I'm sitting on this buy from 45.95 that's barely hanging on. The EA moved it to break even, so risk is off. But we need to see buyers defend this level. The hourly is oversold with an RSI at 36.5. The daily is still overbought at 66.5. It's a tug of war between timeframes. Honestly, until we reclaim that week open at 46.24, the bears are in control intraday, but the weekly trend says, buy the dip. So I'm just waiting to see who wins this fight. What do you guys think? Do we get the fake out below 45.84 and snap back up? Or is this the start of a deeper pullback? Let me know where you're watching from. Oh, 59 pips in the books, and look at that. Stops now at break even. Trades locked in, no risk, and we're still after more. Oh, break even's live now. Worst case, we just shake hands and walk away. That feels good. Bollinger Bands are screaming at me right now. Price is riding the upper band on the daily, and the bands themselves are stretching. They're wide, 39, 87 to 47, 44. That's a $750 range, and we're sitting near the top, which tells me volatility is alive and well today. But the hourly RSI is cooling off at 39, and we just sliced through the Asian low like it was nothing. So we're in a bit of a tug of war, honestly. The dollar is firming up, yields are creeping higher, and that's putting a lid on gold's upside for now. I'm not sure if we hold here or we drift lower to sweep some more liquidity. Could go either way. But you know what? Right before your eyes, that trade that took a stop loss earlier? We just watched the EA claw back, a take profit live on stream. Nothing hidden, nothing edited. That's exactly why people trust the Julia scalper on XAUUSD Julia.com. Alright, let's talk about trapped traders right now. You see this move? We dropped, swept the Asian low, and snapped straight back up. That's a textbook liquidity grab. If you were short through that low, you might be sweating right now. Gold is hovering just above where the stops are sitting. The dollar's pushing up, yields are rising, so the macros aren't exactly screaming, buy. But the seller just couldn't follow through. They tried, they failed. And now, the EA is sitting long from 45.95.70 with a break-even stop. Worst case, we walk away flat. Best case, we squeeze the shorts out. I'm watching 46.7 as the next test. If we push through that, the momentum could build. Who knows though? This is a choppy market, honestly. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? All right, let's talk about the big level everyone's got their eye on right now. We're sitting at 45.97, and that's not just a random number, that's the weekly open, my friends, and we're hovering right below it after that Asian low got swept clean. The dollar is firming up, yields are creeping higher, and gold is feeling the pressure. Honestly, this whole range is a choppy mess. ADX is barely above 9, so the EA is just picking off these small moves. Like that buy we're running from 45.95? It's only 115 pips in, but if we can reclaim that 46.7 level, that's the pivot that could open up the next leg. I don't need to tell you how hard it is to trade this by hand, right? And that's the beauty of the EA. You don't need any experience. It picks the entries, sets the stop loss, and takes the profit for you. If you're curious, you can check out the full setup at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Are we about to break back above this weekly open? Or is this a rejection that traps the buyers? I'm watching the candle close here. If we hold, I like it. But who knows? I could be wrong. That's why we have the stop. Whew, runner got stopped out at break even, but take profit 1 already banked, so net result? Still green on the trade. Love when that works out. Sub-hashes. Hey there, welcome back. So good to see you again, my friend. Gold is having a bit of a rough session right now, down about 60 bucks, but hey, we've already banked some nice winners earlier today. I love having you here watching with me. What's on your mind? Look at that, we just broke through the Asian low and snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. Price is sitting at 46.3 right now, and you can see that 46.14 level, the London low, acting like a magnet above us. But we haven't reclaimed it yet. Honestly, this feels like a consolidating mess between 45.84 and 46.32. NY range is our playground. Dollar is creeping up, yields are firm, so gold got some headwinds. But the daily RSI at 67? That's not screaming exhaustion yet. What I love about today though, you guys watched us take a stop loss, and then within the same session, the robot hits a take profit right in front of you. Nothing edited, nothing hidden. That's exactly why people trust the Julia Scalper EA. Enough to let it trade their own accounts at XAUUSD I'm just sitting on my hands for now. No reason to force a trade when the market is letting us breathe. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 4600 level or does the dollar push us through? Manashanda, great to see you again. You're always asking the sharp questions. I love it. Right now we are at 46.2, just below the Asian range. I'm watching that 45.97 level closely. If we sweep it with volume, we could see a liquidity grab and a snap back higher. But if the dollar keeps pushing up, bears might have their eyes on the pivot support near 43.69. It's a real knife edge, so let's see how the next candle closes. Anashanda, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you again in the live stream. You are asking a really sharp question. So here is the deal. That break of the Asian low that we just saw, it looked aggressive, but watch the reaction closely. When a level like that breaks and price snaps right back up above it in minutes, that is what I call a failed breakdown or a liquidity grab. The trap worked, sellers piled in, thinking it was going lower, and now we could see momentum shift the other way. Now, for gold to rise from here, I need to see a clean reclaim and a hold above that 45.97 zone, ideally on the next candle, with the dollar easing off just a little bit. If we get that, the bias flips bullish back toward that 46.50 resistance. But for now, the chop is real. So I am letting the EA decide and staying out of the way. Let's watch this level closely. Manashanda? Hey Hassan, great timing. We're actually not in a buy right now. No. IDA. Just caught a sell on that Asian high sweep at 46.2. Price respected the 15-minute resistance and rotated hard. Take profit. 1 already banked at 45.92. Now we're waiting to see if the runner can extend or if gold tries to reclaim that level. It's a choppy day, so I'm watching how this candle closes before calling it. Alright, sales live at 45.95.833, stop set at 46.01, we know the risk. Market's choppy right now, so smart mode's watching this closely. Here's your market update, spoken in the voice of Julia, live from the trading desk. Okay, so we're sitting here watching gold at 45.93 and the technicals are, well, they're a mess, aren't they? We've got the 15-minute screaming sell, the hourly sell, but the daily and weekly are still bullish, so we're stuck in this tug of war. The RSI on the daily is at 66, still room to run. But the hourly is already at 36, so we're overextended on the downside short term. And the dollar is firming up again, yields ticking higher. That combo usually keeps gold under pressure. But you know what I love? We just took a stop loss earlier today, and right after that, the EA banked, take profit. One on the runner. You guys watched both, the loss and the instant recovery. That's the raw, unfiltered reality of trading, and that honesty is why traders trust the Julia EA. Enough to put it on live accounts. No edits, no BS. As for the open trade, that sell from 45.95 is running, stop is at break even. We're clawing back the day's damage, 1 pips at a time. If we stay below the Asian low at 46.25, the downside bias stays intact. Let's see if the New York close can push us lower. Or if we get a fake out into the close. What do you guys think? Catnapper Band. Welcome back, my friend. Great to see you in the chat. You're absolutely right to be cautious. That 46.24 level is a key zone I have my eye on too. If we break up there, it's a major resistance from the daily sell side, so I'd be watching for a rejection or a clean breakdown. Right now, with the EA in a sell and the market sitting in this chop, patience is everything. What's your read on the 4600 level if it comes back down? Catnapper Band. You're absolutely right. Gold just shook off that rejection at 90, and now we're pushing up towards 605. That's a strong sign of resilience. The sell we had earlier got hit by the chop, but the market is clearly bidding up, and I'm watching this level closely. If we hold above 600, 614 could be in play just like you said. Oh, XAUUSD Napper Band, there you are. I was hoping you'd chime in today. You're spot on about the struggle at 614. That's a huge liquidity zone. And yeah, I'm bearish on this 15-minute structure too. The sell we have running right now at 45.95 caught that exact rejection we were looking for. If we crack below this current support, 614, then 24 are absolutely in play. Let's see if the bears have enough fuel for that next leg. Adam Smith, hey! Good to see you again, my friend. So, you're looking for a buy? Well, right now, we are actually in a sell trade at 45.95. The market is ranging, and it's a little choppy, so I'd be cautious calling a direction here. Let's see how this current candle closes before we get too excited on the other side. What's your read on it? Catnapper Band, great to have you back, my friend. Look at gold right now. We just swept that 45.90 area and snapped back. Classic liquidity grab. You called those levels perfectly earlier. I've got a sell running at 45.95 with an open profit right now, but the market is feeling choppy. 609 support is absolutely a zone to watch. If we break that clean, 614 becomes the target. But for now, the daily is still bullish, and this sell is just a scalp against the grain. Let's see how this candle closes. XAUUSD Napper Band. Great to see you, man. You are absolutely right to be watching that breakout structure. That fall low we swept earlier today could easily serve as the springboard for a push-up to that 64.24 level if the market decides to reclaim that high. I'm watching how gold bounces off these recent support levels right now, because if we get a clean break above the current consolidation on the 15-minute, that run north becomes very real. Let's see if the sellers can hold this zone, or if we're about to get a fireworks show to the upside. You know what? I'm just gonna stare at this chart and laugh. Gold is in full-on chop mode right now, and my daily P&L is a bloody mess, negative 18 grand and change, but the EA is still grinding. Look at this right here. We smashed through the Asian low, swept that liquidity, and now we're sitting below the day open at 46.55. I love that. That's a bearish signal. And we've got a sell running from 45, 95, 68, 113 pips deep, and the EA locked the stop to break even. So we're risk-free. That's the discipline, guys. DXY is rallying, yields are up. Gold should be getting hammered harder, right? But it's just stuck. That tells me there's buying interest underneath. I don't know if we hold or drop further, but one level I'm watching? That 45.84 New York low. If we lose that, the next stop is the S1 pivot at 39.36. That's a long way down. Watch how this candle closes. That's all I'm saying. Cat Napper Band. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, I see that level at 46.52. That's where the selling pressure is really going to build if we get there. We are inside this choppy range right now though. The ADX is weak at 12, so any push up there could get slapped back down just as fast. We're still bearish on the bigger picture, but it's going to need some real momentum to break through that zone cleanly. What do you make of the volume right now? City, welcome back. I'm so glad you're here with us again. I remember you asked about gold's NY highs last time, and you're learning the ropes. That's fantastic. Alright, let's talk about this short we have open right now at 45.95.67. Gold has been in a crazy chop session today, especially with New York quiet and 55 of you watching live. The 15-minute and 1-hour charts are screaming, sell, but the daily is still bullish. That's how gold plays tricks on new traders. Right now, we're pressing down from a failed bounce at the Asian high area. But here's the thing, City, I never guarantee direction. This is a ranging market, choppy as can be. If you're cautious, I'd wait for a clean breakdown below the Asian low, or a reclaim of that level before risking anything. The spread is wide at 102 points, so entry must be surgical. If you're paper trading, or just watching, this is a great learning setup. Study how it reacts around 45.90 and then 45.86. Those are our targets. If it slices through, it could get interesting. If not, it might just wick back up and trap the shorts. What do you think, City? Are you feeling ready to take notes, or maybe try a tiny demo trade to see how the market behaves? CAT Napper Band. Good to see you back in the chat, my friend, and I hear you. But looking at this price action, gold is making it really tough to short right now. We just swept that Asian low, snapped back, and now we're testing 4600. If it clears that, we could see a run to 4624 real quick, just like you called earlier. I'm not comfortable shorting until we get a clean rejection off that level. This market is too choppy to force it. What do you think? Are we getting a fake out or a real breakout here? Alright, you know what I found surprising today? Gold is sitting below the Asian low. We're down over 1%, and the volatility index, the VIX, is literally flat at 1544. No fear. The dollar and yields are both pushing higher against us, and yet the market's not panicking. That divergence is honestly fascinating to me. It tells me the selling we're seeing is more of a controlled drift than a full-scale panic dump. We're range-bound. Choppiness is above 55, and the EA just took a break-even hit, risk off, fine by me. Now, the sell we've got open from 95 is down over 100 pips. That's a live trade, unedited, running right in front of you. This stream is exactly what it says it is. Every trade, every loss, every scratch, shown in real time. That's why we do it 24/7. You can check the data, check the charts, and see the full picture at XAUUSDjulia.com. Where are you watching from today? Drop it in chat. Let's see who's riding this choppy New York session with us. Catnapper Band, how's it going? Great to hear from you. You're absolutely right to be watching Nvidia earnings. That's a massive event. If the market is disappointed with those numbers, we typically see a flight to the dollar as a safe haven, which would pressure gold and Bitcoin for sure. So we're going to be watching that dollar index closely. It's already up a bit today, so the setup is definitely there for that bearish scenario you're talking about. All right. Okay, sitting here watching gold, and honestly, the fear index is starting to slide a little, creeping down from greed. That's interesting. It usually means we're due for a bit of a shakeout, and given we're in a stupidly tight range with the ADX, at like 9, it's basically a sleeping giant right now. We're sitting below the Asian low, way below the day open, and we've got this open sell running from 45.95. The dollar is firming up, yields are climbing again, so the macro is bearish, but the market is just refusing to break. I'm not sure if we get a dump into the close, or if this is just a slow bleed. What do you guys think? Are we holding this floor, or are we about to get a liquidity grab? CAT Napper Band. Good to see you again, my friend. You called that rejection perfectly earlier, and now we're seeing it play out. The sell we have open is sitting nicely, 30.74 pips deep in profit right now. You always had that instinct for the top. What's your next read here? Do you think we hold down to the 605 area again, or does the dollar strength fade? CAT Napper Band. Good to see you back, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The higher time frame structure is screaming bullish with that break of structure. We're sitting here at 45.93, so the 46.5 area is still in play as resistance. But honestly, with the daily and weekly both showing buy signals and the dollar taking a little dip, this market has every reason to push higher before any real selling comes in. I'm watching this short we have open closely. If it fails to break down through 45.90, that BOS from the higher time frame is going to flex, and we could see that run to 46.24 just like you called earlier. Smart money is loading up long right now. Okay, so I'm just sitting here watching this close on the daily, and you know what I'm thinking? That wick we put in earlier, the drop below the Asian low, that felt like a liquidity grab, right? The big boys needed to fill those stops before they let gold breathe. Now we're holding right at the 45.93 level, which is the NY low, and honestly, that's a level I'm watching closely because if it breaks, it could open up the next leg down to the day open at 46.55. Or we could snap right back. Who knows? The EA is locked in with that sell from 45.95, and the best part is the robot already moved the stop to break even after that first take profit hit. Risk management first. That's the whole philosophy behind XAUUSD I'm just letting the runner do its thing while we see if the bears can keep the pressure on into the close. What do you guys think? Do we break lower? Or are we getting squeezed up? You know what's actually wild? We're sitting here in the middle of a US session, gold is down $65 on the day, but the Fear and Greed Index is still reading greed, down from last week, sure, but people are still chasing. Meanwhile, the EA's got a sell running from the 95, we're 270 pips in profit, and the market is basically dead flat, ADX at 7, choppiness at 52. That's a liquidity grab waiting to happen, honestly. We've swept the Asian low, we're trading below every major session open, and yet, we can't get any real follow-through. Let's see if New York gives us that final push before the close, or if we just chop our way into the Tokyo Open. What do you guys think? Do we break this range, or are we stuck until London? Hey there, Catnappervind. Good to see you back in the chat. Yeah, there it goes. She's selling off nicely after rejecting that 4600 level. The EA is actually in a sell right now from 45.95, been holding through some noise, but the structure is weakening. What do you think? Do we have legs down to the Asian low, or are you expecting a bounce before the close? Pratiksha. Good evening to you, my friend. It is so good to see you in here again. You are catching gold during a bit of a wild ride tonight, down over $60 on the session, and the market is feeling pretty choppy. I know you have a great eye for these reversal setups, so I am curious, what are you seeing on your charts right now? Pratisha, nice to see you again. What a clean trade, my friend. Short from 46.31 to 45.87. That's a solid 44 pips in this chop. You timed it perfectly, especially with the dollar strengthening and yields pushing higher today. That's the kind of patience and precision you always bring. Are you done for the night or watching for another setup? Cat Napper Band. Hey, good to see you in here again. I like that play. Holding a sell from the overnight open at 46.68 through the session, waiting on the Fed speech. That's a macro level patience move, and you know your levels. We're sitting at 45.99 right now, so you're already nicely in profit on that short. The question is whether the Fed delivers a hawkish surprise or just more of the same. If they stay firm on rates, the dollar pops and gold drops further. That trade ages beautifully. But if they hint at cuts or uncertainty, we could see a squeeze back toward 46.50 or higher. How are you managing the risk on that for the overnight hold? Tisha, always the patient one. I love it. You're eyeing that 46.14 to 46.22 fib zone, and honestly, I respect that discipline. Right now we're hovering near 45.99, with the buy running 55 pips and the stop just 5 points away. So if this momentum breaks down toward your target, the 46.7 area is going to be the first real test. The daily is still a buy longer term, but the hourly is screaming sell, so a pullback into that fib level could set up the perfect reversal for you. As always, we watch how those candles close before we commit. Let's see if gold respects that zone. Hey, Catnapperbind. Good to see you again, my friend. Yeah, I see that level at 46.24 too. It's a solid ceiling if we get that high. But right now, with the dollar firming up and yields rising, I think gold is going to struggle to push much further before the sellers step back in. If we reject around there, I'm with you. Plenty of room to the downside. Alright guys, I'm just staring at this chart and there's one level that's screaming at me right now. We are sitting below the day open at 46.55. We're below the Asian low, and honestly, The only thing that makes sense to me as a pivot is the 45.84 area. That's the New York session low from today. We just tagged it and bounced, but the real question is whether that holds into the close. If we lose that, there's nothing but air until the 4520s, where that daily SMA 200 is sitting. That's the big one. I mean, look at that wick we just put in. Buyers showed up, but they're not exactly aggressive, and the dollar is firming up. Yields are climbing. That's a nasty headwind for gold. We've got a buy running from 45.98, and it's a bit underwater right now, but the EA just did its thing, moved the stop to break even. So, worst case, we walk away flat, no damage. That's exactly why I run this system. You can see the logic play out in real time over at XAUUSD, Julia.com. No forcing, just defense first. What do you guys think? Does the 84 hold, or are we going to sweep that and grab some liquidity before a bounce? Let me know what you're seeing. Pratiksha, always great to hear from you. That is a very sharp observation, and you are absolutely right. In a true risk-on bullish environment for precious metals, silver does tend to outperform gold percentage-wise because of its higher volatility and industrial demand. We are seeing a bit of that today with silver down 0.6%, while gold is down 0.2%, which actually aligns with your bearish scenario. It is a classic intermarket tell that a lot of traders miss. So I love that you are watching that relationship. Well, Pratiksha, this is such a sharp observation, and I love that you're tracking the gold-silver relationship so closely. You're absolutely right that silver is often the accelerator or the confirmation. If silver isn't outperforming gold on the upside, the rally can lose steam. And, on the bearish side, if silver isn't falling harder than gold, the downside might not have full conviction either. Right now, silver is down 0.6%. Gold is down over 1.2%, so silver is actually holding a better percentage-wise, which tells me the selling might be shallow for now. I'm watching that divergence closely, Pratiksha. It's one of my favorite tells for whether the move has legs or not. Pratiksha, you know the market so well after all these months of watching. I completely agree with you. The Asian session is where the real character of this market reveals itself. We're sitting here in New York right now, and gold is choppy, range-bound, and honestly, it's not offering much. The EA is in a buy trade that's underwater, and the ADX is weak at 11.5. The CHOP index is 55.7. That's textbook ranging conditions. So yes, I think the Asian session is where we'll get a clean move, either a breakout or a retest of that support. Are you eyeing any specific levels for the open? Pratiksha, I love that you're watching the gold-silver relationship so closely. You've been tracking it for months, and your observations are sharp. Silver at 67.5 is definitely a key level to watch, and if it breaks and closes below 67 on the hourly, that could pull gold down with it. Gold right now is testing the 4600 area with a lot of chop, so a clean breakdown in silver would add weight to that downside case. I'm watching 45.20 as the next major support if silver confirms the move. What time frame are you seeing the most confirmation on for that silver breakdown? Okay, so the Fed is basically saying what we expected, rates are staying put for now, and gold is feeling that pressure. Yields are ticking up, which is the real killer for us in this session. But here's the thing, the daily chart is still screaming bullish. We're just getting a pullback within the move. Right now at 45.96, we've cleanly broken below the Asian low and the day open, so bears have control intraday for sure. We've got this open buy sitting at 45.98.90, and honestly, it's a bit underwater, but the weekly bias is still up, so I'm not panicking yet. Let's see if the 46.6 level from yesterday's low acts as a magnet, or a rejection zone here. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that low and snap back, or are we heading lower into the close? Pratik Shah. Good to see you again, my friend. You're asking about the hourly and 3-hourly charts, right? Well, on the H1, we've got a sell signal with the RSI sitting at 38, which tells me momentum is still with the bears for now. On the H3, it's a similar story. We're in a corrective phase after that beautiful weekly uptrend. The key watch for me is whether price can hold above the daily pivot support area, because if it breaks, we could see a much deeper move. Chapters? 51 pips. That's it. Clean, controlled, exactly what we planned for. No surprises, just part of the game. Oof, 51 pips, that's the stop. It happens. Risk was set before we got in, so we just take it and move on. City. Hey there. Oh man, I felt that through the screen. That stop loss just hit. 51 pips. I know it stings to watch. But honestly, this is exactly how professional trading works. We set the risk. We let the EA execute, and we move on. No revenge trading, no second guessing. Gold is choppy right now. The ADX is under 10, so the EA is being selective. The next entry is coming. You hanging in there with me? rough day. We're sitting at minus 25 grand so far, 82 trades in, and honestly the chop is the story. ADX is under 9. I mean, that's basically a coin flip in a velvet glove. We took a sell at 45.93.67 and she's riding into the red with us, 96 pips under. But here's the thing, we blew through the Asian low, we're below the day open, and the dollar is firming alongside yields. That's pressure on gold, even if volatility feels like molasses. The 45.84 NY low is the line in the sand. If we close under that, next stop is the 38.26 pivot, but a bounce off this range would just be more of the same. I'm not calling a hero move here, I'm just watching. Traders in over 40 countries are running the same robot on their own desks right now, dealing with the same dance. Curious what you're seeing from your side of the screen? Ping me or check XAUUSD, Julia.com. Let's see what the next candle brings, my friends. Dividend champ? Yeah, it has been a tough one. I won't lie to you. We're down over 25,000 today, with that choppy market just shaking us around. That's gold in a ranging session with weak ADX. It gets messy. But every single trade was managed exactly how this system is built to handle it, with proper stops in place. We've had days like this before, and the strategy always recovers. Stick around and watch how we bounce back. Right. Let's talk about the Bollinger Bands, because that's the story today. The weekly band is stretched all the way from 39.88 to 47.43, and we're sitting right up near the upper edge at 45.96. That's a 2% volatility band, and 2% is still 2%, a long way in pips. The funny thing is, the ADX is only at 8.4 on the daily, so we're range-bound inside this massive channel. The market's pretty choppy, and honestly, it's testing my patience. Zooming out, the Fear and Greed Index is still in greed territory at 55.6, but it's been falling all week, down from 57.2. That shift tells me folks are getting nervous, and when fear creeps in, I get excited. The dollar is firming up at 99.5 fee, and yields are ticking higher, which is usually a headwind for gold. So we've got a tug of war here. The daily chart is screaming buy with the RSI at 66.6 and the MACD above signal. But the intraday action is messy. Our open sell from 45.9367 is sitting in the red by 273 pips, around minus 21.88. We've already swept the Asian low and the day open, but we're still holding below the weekly open at 46.24. As long as we stay under that, I'm comfortable with the sell, but if we reclaim it, that's trouble for the bears. Honestly, I could be wrong here, and that's fine. That's what the stop is for. Let's see if the New York close gives us a clean break or a squeeze. City, haha, Chop City, I love it. You're not wrong. ADX is barely 7, Chop Index at 56. The market is basically taking a nap right now. This is exactly the kind of environment where manual traders get ripped apart, no question about it. Stick with the system. So glad you're hanging in here with us. You know what's interesting right now? We're sitting at 45.90, and that's not a round number that should matter, but look at the chart. The 200-day moving average is at 45.21, and the EMA 20 is at 44.9, so between here and those big MAs, the road is wide open. That's the key level everyone should be watching. 45.90 is a no man's land. If we break and hold below the NY low at 45.84, that opens a vacuum down toward the 45.20 zone. But if buyers defend it, we could snap right back toward the 46.25 area. Honestly, I don't know which way it goes. That's why the EA is already short from 45.93, and we've got 335 pips running on it. Risk is managed. Stop is at break even. Worst case, we walk away flat. And by the way, this whole robot is a one-time, lifetime license. No subscriptions, free updates, forever. You can grab more info at XAUUSD.Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we get the breakdown or the fake out here? Oh, 46 pips banked on take profit 1. Stops at break even now, so we can't lose. Let's see if we can grab another. And there it is. We're at break even now. Trades locked in, no risk left on the table. Worst case, we just shake hands and call it a day. Love that feeling. Oh, that's take profit 2 at 83 pips. And the runner is still alive, going for the big one. Love seeing that. Okay, 2027 GMT, 16,027 Eastern. We're in US session, and this market, it's just in a range. ADX is at 12.7, choppiness index is 46. Gold is sitting at 45.91. We are well below the day open, below the Asian low. The bias is bearish intraday. We have a live SEL from 45.93.76. That's 257 pips in profit right now, over $800 on the table. I'm watching this level closely because we've already swept through the NY low at 45.84. That's a liquidity zone that got taken out. The question is whether we can hold below it, or if we snap back above to trap the shorts. The RSI on the 1 hour is at 35.8, not oversold yet, but getting there. We could see a bounce, we could see more of a flush. Honestly, who knows? That's why the stop is at break-even on this runner. And here's the thing you guys saw earlier. The robot took a stop loss, and just minutes later, it banked to take profit live. On this stream, you watched the loss and the recovery. Nothing edited, nothing hidden. That real, unfiltered transparency is why people trust the Julia Scalper. EA. Enough to run it on their own accounts at XAUUSD, Julia.com. Sitting on our hands right now, watching how this candle closes relative to the previous one. Price action will tell us if we get the continuation or the fake out. Let's see. Pratiksha, you're spot on as always. You've been watching this market overnight. You know the NY low liquidity zone hasn't been swept yet, and that's exactly what I'm seeing too. We're just hovering in this range, and that level at 45.80 is still sitting there like a magnet. Honestly, I'm holding off, waiting for that sweep before anything decisive happens. You've traded this session many times, so you know patience is key here. You know what? Compared to yesterday's absolute rocket ride, where gold was just melting up non-stop, today feels like a completely different market. We've given back over $60 from those highs, and the dollar is finally waking up and pushing back, which is putting the pressure on. Right now, we're sitting at 45.92, and I'm watching this NY low at 45.84 very closely, because if we sweep that, we could see a quick liquidity grab and a snapback. We've got a sell running from 45.93.76, and the EA's already banked a couple of partials on the recent swings, so we're playing with house money here. Honestly, the ADX is super low at 10.3. The CHOP index is just above 45. This is a range, my friends. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know which way it breaks next, because I don't. What I do know is that as long as we're below the Asian low at 46.25, the bears have the edge, and I'm just going to let this runner breathe. Wait, hold on. Look at this divergence on the 15-minute chart. RSI is printing a lower low, but gold itself is barely moving. We're sitting at 45.91.99, right on the edge of the NY low. The dollar is creeping up, yields are rising, and yet gold just refuses to break down cleanly. That's a warning sign for the shorts, honestly. We got that last sell runner closed at take profit 2 for 83 pips, which was a nice grab. You guys literally watched that happen on screen, while members robots took the exact same trade automatically. If you're tired of watching the trades happen without you, head over to XAUUSD Julia.com. But right now, sitting in this range with ADX at 9, I don't see a clear edge. We could sweep the Asian low again, or just chop sideways until London wakes up. I'm not forcing anything here. Let the market show its hand. Buys in at 45.93.281. Stops tight, just under 3.5 points out. Market's a little noisy right now, so smart mode is keeping an eye on it.